Are you a fresh candidate or a reciter? Are you preparing to write the Ghana Teacher Licensure exams? Then you are at the right page. To join our discussion platform, WhatsApp say icon on the following given numbers. Now the first one, 059 381 7141. The second number, 055 602 9979. Thank you. Ghana Teacher Licensure Exams. This is JHS Mathematics mock questions. So in this particular test, we have 60 multiple choice questions. So let's begin with the first one. The number pi belongs to which set of numbers? So first of all, let's find out what pi represents. Now when we talk about pi, pi is the ratio of the circumference. So the circumference to the radius of any given circle. So once you have any given circle, and then you measure the circumference, and then you measure the radius, and then you divide the circumference by the radius, the value you get is pi. Now the exact value of pi is 3.141592. It goes on and on and on to infinity. So that is the exact value of pi. It is a non-terminating decimal. Non-terminating. Decimal. So meaning it does not end. It goes on and on to infinity. Now take note. Pi is not equal to 2217. Yes, pi is not equal to 2217. 2217 is not the exact value of pi, but it's just an approximation, because in doing calculations, it will be very difficult to work with this non-terminating decimal. So we try to find a number that is very close to 3.141592 up to infinity, so that it makes our work very easier. So because the exact value of pi is non-terminating decimal, you see that this cannot be written as a common fraction. It cannot be written in the form a on b. That is, it cannot be written as a common fraction. Because the exact value of pi cannot be written as a common fraction, it belongs to the set of irrational numbers. So for an irrational number, it is a number that cannot be represented as a common fraction. And pi cannot be represented as a common fraction. So with this, we can conclude that pi is an irrational number. Question 2. Say Akon is 4 times as old as his son. So we have say Akon and then his son. Now when we compare their ages, we are told that say Akon is 4 times older than his son. So let's say we represent his son's age as x, and it means that say Akon will be 4x years old. That is in comparing their ages. Now in 14 years time, so in 14 years time, meaning that when we count 14 years from now, so let's write an expression for their ages in 14 years' time. So in 14 years time, the Akon will gain an extra 14 years to his present age, and then his son will also gain 14 years to his present age. It makes sense. So let's say, as we speak, your current age is let's say 20 years. So can you tell us your age in 10 years time? So in 10 years time, you will be 30 years. We just add 10 years to your present age. So the same thing that we are doing here. This is their present ages. So in 14 years time, Seikon will gain 14 years to his present age as well as his son. Now in 14 years time, what happens? Seikon will be twice as old as son. So in 14 years time, when we compare their ages, Akon's age, which is 4x plus 14, will be twice, that is 2 times the age of his son. So we have to find the sum of their present ages. So first of all, let's solve for x. So we have 4x plus 14. Now we expand the bracket. We have 2x plus 28. So let's group like terms. Variables on the left, numbers on the right. So 4x minus 2x. This should be equal to 28 minus 14. So this gives us 2x. 28 minus 14, that is 14. Since we are looking for x, we divide each side by 2. So x will be 7. So there is a conclusion. Their present ages. So the Akon and then his son. Initially, we represented his son's age as x. So meaning that for their present ages, his son is 7 years old. And then the Akon is 4 times the age of his son. So 4 times 7, which is 28. So can we find the sum of their present ages? So the sum of their present ages, that is 28 plus 7. 28 plus 7. 28 plus 7. That is 35. 35 years. So we select option D. Next question. Which of the following lines is parallel to the line 2y is equal to x plus 7? So first of all, what are parallel lines? So basically, we know that parallel lines are lines that move in the same direction. So because they are moving in the same direction, they have the same slope. In other words, they have the same gradient. So once the gradients are the same, it shows that they move in the same direction or they are parallel to each other. So first of all, let's find the gradient of this given line. Now to get the gradient of this line, we have to represent the line in the form y is equal to mx plus c. Once we're able to write the equation of the line in this form, the coefficient of x, in other words m, becomes the gradient. So with the line 2y is equal to x plus 7. To write it in this form, we need to make y the subject. So to make y the subject, you can divide each term by 2. So 2 will cancel out, leaving y as 1 on 2x plus 7 on 2. So this is the gradient, the coefficient of x. So in this particular line, the gradient is 1 on 2. So now, let's also find the gradient of each of these lines and find out whether we can get a gradient which is 1 on 2. Once we get a gradient which is 1 on 2, we can conclude that those pair of lines are parallel to each other. So now the first one, when we make y the subject by dividing each term by 3, we have y is equal to 1 on 3x plus 7 on 3. Now here, it has already been written in the form y is equal to mx plus c. So y is equal to 2x minus 2. This one too has already been written in the required form, which is y is equal to half x minus 9. And then again, when we make y the subject, we have, that is, we divide each term by 2. We have y is equal to 3 on 2x plus, now 8 divided by 2, that is 4. So now let's compare the gradients. Now the gradient of the first line is 1 on 3. The gradient of the second line is 2. The gradient of the third line, 1 on 2. And then the gradient of the fourth line, 3 on 2. So option A is out because we are looking for a gradient of half. Option B is out. We select option C. And then option D is also out. So the right answer is C. Next question. Peter is in the east of Tom. So now let's represent them using their positions. Peter is in the east of Tom. So if this is Tom, then Peter should be here. Again, Tom is in the north of John. Tom is in the north of John. So we place John here. Now, if Mike is in the south of John, so Mike will be here because he is located at the south of John. Then in which direction of Peter is Mike? In which direction of Peter is Mike? Meaning that we have to identify the position making reference from Peter. So this is our cardinal point. This is our north. This is our east. We have our south and then our west. Take note, in which direction of Peter is Mike? So we can trace to Mike's position. So you can see that Mike is located in between south and west. South and west. So south and west, when put together, we get south west. We select option A. Two set problems. Question 5. At a sports festival, the number of individuals who like football is thrice the number who like basketball. So let's draw our Venn diagram. Okay. So they've made mention of two different games. We have football, so F for football, and then B for basketball. But we are told that the number of individuals who like football is thrice the number who like basketball. So if we represent the number of individuals who like basketball as Y, then that of football will be 3Y. Thrice means 3 times. Now, those who like both games, so those who like both games is 1/3 those who like basketball. So we want to identify the number of individuals who like both games, but they gave us in relation to the number of individuals who like basketball. So those who like both games is 1/3 the number who like basketball. Okay, so that is how we represent this particular information. Now again, if 139 out of the 1,382 persons at the festival did not like any of the two games, now two different informations have been provided here. So out of 1,382 people, so meaning that the total number of individuals present was 1,382. And out of the total number, 139 of the individuals did not like any of the two games. So neither of the two games is 139. So we have to find the number of persons who like basketball. So we want the value of 1. So before we can solve this, we need to fill out football only and basketball only. So how do we fill out this? So that is 3y minus 1/3 y. And then this side too will be y minus 1/3 y. So we know that in a two-set problem, when we add these regions, it should be equal to the total number of individuals. That is this particular region plus this region plus this region plus this region should be equal to the total number of individuals. So we can set up our equation. Now, so for football only, we have 3y minus 1/3 y. Now, both football and basketball, that is 1/3 y. Then basketball only, we have y minus 1/3 y. And then finally, neither of the two games, 139. This must be equal to 1,382. So this is what we will do. We are going to simplify all terms containing y. We're going to simplify them. So the emphasis should be on the coefficients. And after we are done, we just add y. So the first number here is 3 minus 1 on 3. So these two can even cancel out. Minus 1 on 3, positive 1 on 3. These two will cancel out. So let's start afresh. So 3y plus y, or let's say 3 plus 1, that is 4. So 3y plus y will give us 4y. And then minus 1 on 3y plus 139 is equal to 1,382. So 4 minus 1/3, sorry, 4y minus 1/3 y. So 4 minus 1/3 is so 11 on 3. So this gives us 11 on 3y plus 139 is equal to 1382. So let's group like terms. Variables on the left, numbers on the right. So 11 on 3y is equal to 1382 minus 139. 1382 minus 139. 1243. Let's work it here. So we have 11 on 3y equal to 1243. So what do we do? We can multiply each term by the LCM, which is 3. So 3 will cancel out, leaving 11y is equal to now 1243 by 3. 3729. 3729 divided by 11. When we divide each term by 11, we have y as 339. So that is the number of people who like basketball. Y 339. So C. Next question. A box contains 12 red, 8 yellow, and 10 green pebbles. So let's write the numbers. So number of red, we have 12. Number of yellow, we have 8. And then number of green pebbles, we have 10. So because this is probability, we need to calculate our sample space. Now the sample space represents the total number of pebbles in the box. So 12 plus 8 plus 10. This gives us a total of 30 pebbles. Now, if 2 pebbles are selected at random, one after the other, with replacement, that's the key word, with replacement, we have to find the probability that the first is green. So the probability that the first is green and the second is not red. Second is not a red pebble. So first of all, what is the probability of selecting a green pebble from the box? So that will be number of green pebbles, which is 10, on the sample space, which is 30. So that is the first one, probability of selecting a green pebble. And what is the probability of selecting a pebble which is not red? So how many pebbles are not red? So let's calculate that number of pebbles that are not red. So we just subtract number of red pebbles from the sample space. So in total we have 30, and out of the 30 pebbles, 12 of them are red. So we subtract 12, we are left with 18. So what is the probability of selecting a pebble which is not red? Now take note, the pebbles were selected with replacement, meaning that after taking the first pebble, which was green, it was replaced before selecting a second pebble. So what this means is that the sample space will always remain 30. That is, at any point in time, we have 30 pebbles in the box because the pebbles were replaced before a second draw was done. So we know that we have 18 pebbles that are not red. So the probability of selecting a pebble which is not red will be 18 out of 30 because the pebble was replaced before the draw was done. So now let's simplify. In probability language, the word and denotes multiplication. And denotes multiplication, and the word or denotes addition. These are the few things that you should know. In probability language, and goes with multiplication and or goes with addition. We are looking at and, so multiplication 18 on 30. So the rest is calculator work. So using our calculator, let's see. 10 on 30 times 18 on 30. 10 on 30 times 18 on 30. 1 on 5. So 1 on 5. We go for B. Okay, next. Now, given the relation V is equal to pi r squared h and a second relation S is equal to 2 pi r h, we are to express V in terms of r and s. So expressing V in terms of r and s means we are to make V the subject. We are to make V the subject. But making V the subject, the variable on the right, we want them in terms of r and s. We want them in terms of r and s. But in the original relation, you see that we have r. What is missing here is s. You see that in place of x, we have h. So how do we express V in terms of r and s? So we have to refer from the second relation. That is s is equal to 2 pi r h. We are going to make h the subject. We are going to make h the subject in the second relation. So how do we make h the subject? So we have to divide each side by 2 pi r, 2 pi r. So once we do that, these two will cancel out, leaving h as being equal to s on 2 pi r. Then we substitute h in place of the original relation. So that is what we are about to do. So the original relation, V is equal to pi r squared. Now this time, in place of h, we replace that with s on 2 pi r. So now let's simplify this given expression. So what then is V? So these two will cancel out. Pi r and pi r will cancel out, leaving r for this particular expression. We have pi r squared. So r squared represents r times r. We'll be left with 1r. So finally we have r s on 2. r s on 2. we can still manipulate this as V is equal to 1 on 2 RS. So we are done. We've been able to express V in terms of R and S. We select A. Next, so in this particular diagram, ABCDE is a regular pentagon. ABCDE is a regular pentagon. So this is a pentagon. And BFGHIC, this polygon here is a regular hexagon. Now our goal here is to find the value of angle DCI. Angle DCI. We want the measure of this particular angle. Now, this is what we are going to do. We want to find the measure of each of the interior angles of the pentagon, as well as the measure of each of the interior angles of the hexagon. Recall from polygons that the sum of the interior angle, the sum of the interior angles of a polygon is given by the formula n minus 2 multiplied by 180. We know this formula. So since this is a pentagon, the number of sides here is 5. So the sum of the interior angle will be 5 minus 2 multiplied by 180, which is 3 by 180. Then 3 by 180, we have 540 degrees. So it means that when we sum up the 5 interior angles of this regular pentagon, you will get 540. But as we said earlier, we are looking for the measure of one interior angle. So we have to divide by 5. So that is 108 degrees. So meaning that each interior angle here measures 108 degrees. Remember, this is a regular polygon. So because it's a regular polygon, each of the sides have the same measure. So it is obvious that each interior angle of this regular pentagon will be 108 degrees. Now, also to the hexagon, we also want to measure the interior angle of each of these angles. We want to find the measure. Now, since this is a regular hexagon, or since this is a hexagon, it has 6 sides. So the sum of the interior angles will be 6 minus 2 by 180, so 4 by 180. So that is 720 degrees. So that is the sum of the interior angles of this hexagon. But because we are looking for one, the measure of one interior angle, we are going to divide by 6. So 720 divided by 6, 120 degrees, meaning that each interior angle here measures 120 degrees. 120, 120, 120, and then 120 degrees. But then we are looking at this particular angle. So we have a point, we have this, we have this, and then we have this. Now for the regular pentagon, each interior angle measured 108 degrees. So that is for this particular angle, 108. Now for the hexagon, we had 120 degrees. So we are looking for the measure of this angle. Recall from plane geometry 1 that angle around the point sum up to 360 degrees. Angles around the point sum up to 360 degrees. So we can set up our equation. That is 108 plus 120 plus angle DCI should be equal to 360 degrees. So what is 108 plus 120? So that is 228 plus angle DCI should be equal to 360 degrees. So angle DCI should be equal to 360 minus 228. 132. So angle DCI is 132 degrees. Next, so in this particular diagram, ABCDE is a regular pentagon. ABCDE is a regular pentagon. So this is a pentagon. And BFGHIC, this polygon here is a regular hexagon. Now our goal here is to find the value of angle DCI. Angle DCI. We want the measure of this particular angle. Now, this is what we are going to do. We want to find the measure of each of the interior angles of the pentagon, as well as the measure of each of the interior angles of the hexagon. Recall from polygons that the sum of the interior angle, the sum of the interior angles of a polygon is given by the formula n minus 2 multiplied by 180. We know this formula. So since this is a pentagon, the number of sides here is 5. So the sum of the interior angle will be 5 minus 2 multiplied by 180, which is 3 by 180. Then 3 by 180, we have 540 degrees. So it means that when we sum up the 5 interior angles of this regular pentagon, you will get 540. But as we said earlier, we are looking for the measure of one interior angle. So we have to divide by 5. So that is 108 degrees. So meaning that each interior angle here measures 108 degrees. Remember, this is a regular polygon. So because it's a regular polygon, each of the sides have the same measure. So it is obvious that each interior angle of this regular pentagon will be 108 degrees. Now, also to the hexagon, we also want to measure the interior angle of each of these angles. We want to find the measure. Now, since this is a regular hexagon, or since this is a hexagon, it has 6 sides. So the sum of the interior angles will be 6 minus 2 by 180. So 4 by 180. So that is 720 degrees. So that is the sum of the interior angles of this hexagon. But because we are looking for one, the measure of one interior angle, we are going to divide by 6. So 720 divided by 6, 120 degrees, meaning that each interior angle here measures 120 degrees. 120, 120, 120, and then 120 degrees. But then we are looking at this particular angle. So we have a point, we have this, we have this, and then we have this. Now for the regular pentagon, each interior angle measured 108 degrees. So that is for this particular angle, 108. Now for the hexagon, we had 120 degrees. So we are looking for the measure of this angle. Recall from plane geometry 1 that angle around the point sum up to 360 degrees. Angles around the point sum up to 360 degrees. So we can set up our equation. That is 108 plus 120 plus angle DCI should be equal to 360 degrees. So what is 108 plus 120? So that is 228 plus angle DCI should be equal to 360 degrees. So angle DCI should be equal to 360 minus 228. 132. So angle DCI is 132 degrees. Next question. The price of sugar rose by 25%. If a family wants to keep their expenses on sugar the same as earlier, take note of this particular information, then the family will have to decrease its consumption of sugar by what percentage? So this is a very tricky question and the percentages. So let's familiarize ourselves with the demand of this particular question. Now, so suppose the price of rice, the price of 1 cup of rice sells at 5 Ghana cedis. Then you have a budget, or expenditure of 30 cedis to spend on rice. Then how many cups of rice can you buy with the 30 cedis? So your consumption will be 6 cups of rice. Now again, let's say there is an increase in the price of rice. So now the new price of rice is, let's say, 6 Ghana cedis. But then you want to keep the expenses of rice the same as earlier. So meaning that you still want to spend with your old budget or expenditure of 30 Ghana cedis. So using 30 Ghana cedis after the new price of rice, how many cups of rice can we consume? So your consumption now becomes 5 cups of rice. Consumption now is 5 cups of rice. So you will see that anytime the price of a commodity increases and you want to keep your expenses or your expenditure the same as earlier, one thing is for sure, that is you have to decrease your consumption. You have to decrease your consumption. So that is what the question is demanding. Question wants to find out by what percentage must this particular family reduce its consumption to keep the expenses on sugar the same as earlier. Now, there is one formula that we still need to know. That is to calculate for expenditure. Expenditure, we go by the formula price times consumption. You see that at first the price was 5 cedis, our consumption was 6 cars. 5 cedis times 6, 30 cedis. In the second instance, price of 6 cedis, our consumption was 5 cups, 6 times 5, 30 cedis. So that is the formula that we need to know. Once we know this particular information, we should be able to solve this particular question. So now, before the increase, in price, let's write the expenditure of this particular family. So before the increase, expenditure is given by the formula price times consumption. Price times consumption. Now after the increase, how do we calculate for the expenditure? So expenditure will be the new price times the new consumption. Remember, in percentages, the original quantity is taken as 100%. This time there was a 25% increase. So this was the original price in terms of percentage. Now there is a 25% increase. So we need to add 25 to the original percentage. So this will give us a total of 125%. So the new price will be 125% of the original price, P. And this is 125 on 100 times P, simplified as 1.25p. So the new price after the increase will be 1.25p. Now, we saw from the practical examples that anytime you want to keep the same expenditure, you have to reduce your consumption. So to differentiate between the two consumption, I'm representing the new consumption as C subscript N. But at the end of the day, what is the relationship between the two expenditures? Now, the family wants to maintain the same expenditure as earlier. So this expenditure must be equal to this expenditure. We can set up our equation. So P times C should be the same as 1.25P times Cn. Now, our emphasis is on new consumption. So let's make new consumption the subject. So to make new consumption the subject, we divide each side by 1.25p, 1.25p. Once we do this, these two will cancel out, leaving p times c on 1.25p. Now again, p can cancel out. So we have c on 1.25, and this must be equal to the new consumption. Now we can simplify this. So remember, the coefficient here is 1. We have 1 here. So on our calculator, let's enter 1 divided by 1.25. So that is 4 on 5. So we have 4 on 5c. That is 1 divided by 1.25. 4 on 5c is equal to our new consumption. Now we are comparing. Now our new consumption is 4 on 5c. So this is the new one. And the original consumption was c. So let's compare the coefficients. Here is 1, here is 4 and 5. You'll see that the new consumption, there has been a reduction from 1 to 4 and 5. So what is the difference? What is the difference? 1 minus 4 and 5. 1 minus 4 on 5 is 1 on 5. So this is the reduction. This is the reduction. So the family will have to reduce their original consumption by 1 on 5. But then we don't want the answer as a common fraction. We want the answer as a percentage. So we have to multiply the fraction by 100. So 5 goes here 1, 5 goes here 20. So that is 20%. Next, the angle of elevation of the top of a tree from a point on the ground is 30 degrees. So this is our horizontal ground. So this is the ground level. And this is a tree. We know that the tree will always meet the ground at an angle of 90 degrees. So this is the top of the tree. I'm naming the top of the tree as T. And this is the foot of the tree. I'm naming it as F. There is a point on the ground. I'm naming the point as P. So when we measure the angle of elevation from the point to the top of the tree, that is 30 degrees. And we also know that for angle of elevation, we are looking at the angle above the horizontal level. In this case, we are looking at the angle above the horizontal ground. So there is the top of the tree. This is a point on the ground. So the angle above the horizontal. So this is the angle of elevation, 30 degrees. Now, if the point is 8 meters away from the foot of the tree, so as we said, this is the foot of the tree, this is the point, and then the point is 8 meters away from the foot of the tree, meaning that the distance from the foot of the tree to the point measures 8 meters. Now, our goal here is to find the height of the tree. The height of the tree, that is the length of line FT. I'm representing line FT as H. So now let's solve for H. Before we can solve for H, we need to identify the size of this right angle triangle. So there's a right angle triangle. The side facing the 90 degrees angle is the hypotenuse. It is also the longest side. The side facing the acute angle is the opposite. So this is the opposite. And then the other side, line FP, represent the adjacent. So we are looking for H. We are looking for the opposite. We know the measure of the adjacent. So opposite adjacent. Let's refer from SOHCAHTOA. SOHCAHTOA. So which of them has opposite adjacent? So that is TOA. And TOA says that the tan of the acute angle here is 30. It's equal to the length of the opposite. The length of the opposite is H divided by the length of the adjacent. The adjacent here is 8. So now let's solve for H. So tan 30 is the same as tan 30 on 1. We can cross multiply. So 8 times tan 30, that is 8 tan 30. And then 1 times H, that is H. Now let's verify 8 tan 30. 8 tan 30. So that is 8 to 3 on 3. So that is the height of a tree. So H is giving us 8 to 3 on 3 meters. So that is G. 11. We have to factorize completely the expression 12x squared minus 3y squared. So first of all, let's see whether there is a common factor. Yes, the common factor here is 3. So we are going to factorize 3 out, leaving 4x squared minus y squared. So it looks like we have difference of two squares inside the bracket, but then we need to manipulate 4. So we have 3. 4 can be written as 2 squared multiplying x squared minus y squared. So we have 3. 2 squared multiplying x squared can be written as 2x all squared. Then we have y squared. So we now have our difference of two squares. Now how do we factorize difference of two squares? So let's say we have a squared minus b squared. How do we factorize this? So to factorize this, we pick the first base, which is a, minus the second base in one bracket. Then we pick the first base plus the second base also in another bracket. So this is how we factorize using difference of two squares. So with this, let's factorize this particular expression. So we have 3 outside. Now the first base here is 2x minus the second base, which is y, in one bracket. Then we open second bracket. The first base is 2x plus the second base, also in another bracket. So finally, we have 3, 2x minus y multiplying 2x plus y. So we select D. 12. The mean of A, B, C, D, and E is 15. So I want us to create a formula for this particular statement. Now, if I've been asked to find the mean of, let's say, these numbers, how do we calculate the mean? So the mean of these three numbers, we need to sum up the three numbers. So 3 plus 5 plus 7. And then we divide by 3 because we have a total of 3 numbers. So this time we have 5 different variables which represent numbers. So we can say that the mean of these 5 variables will be equal to the sum of these 5 variables. So A plus B plus C plus D plus E, all divided by 5 because we have a total of 5 variables. Now we are told that the mean of these 5 variables is 15. So we can do our substitution. So mean of the 5 variables is 15. So this must be equal to A plus B plus C plus D plus E, all divided by 5. Now I want us to make A plus B plus C plus D plus E the subjects. So 15 is the same as 15 on 1. We can cross multiply. So once we cross multiply, 15 times 5, that is 75. and then 1 multiplying the whole of this expression gives us a plus b plus c plus d plus e. So we know that when we sum up these 5 variables, we get a total of 75. So let's take note of this equation. Next, we have to calculate the mean of this given expression. So we want the mean of a plus 1, b plus 3, c plus 5, d plus 7, and then e plus 9. Remember, there are 5 different expressions. So the mean of 5 expressions will be equal to summing up the individual expressions. So a plus 1 plus b plus 3 plus c plus 5 plus d plus 7 plus e plus 9. So the whole of this divided by 5, because we have 5 different expressions. So now let's see. A plus b plus c plus d plus e. That is a plus b plus c plus d plus e. Then plus the numbers 1 plus 3, that is 4. 4 plus 5, 9. 9 plus 7, 16. And then 16 plus 9, 25. So the whole of this divided by 5. But what is the value of a plus b plus c plus d plus e? We have already calculated that. That is 75. It's 75. So we can say that the mean of the 5 different expressions will be, in place of a plus b plus c plus d plus e, that is 75. Then plus the 25 all on 5. 75 plus 25, that is 100, and then 100 on 5, 20. So the answer is C. Question 13. You have to find the solution set of this given inequality. So although we have an inequality, this is not just normal inequality, this is absolute value inequality. So let's get the understanding of absolute value. So we have our number line. So let's say we have -2, -1. This is the 0 mark. We have +1, then +2. Now, if I ask you to find the absolute value of -2, what is the meaning? The absolute value of -2. There is a sign for absolute. So the absolute value here is just asking us that how far is -2 from 0? How far is -2 from 0? Or in other words, what is the distance between -2 and 0? So we could see that -2 is just 2 steps from the origin. It is 2 steps from the origin. So because it is 2 steps from the origin, the absolute value of -2 is 2. Or let's say 2 units. Remember, absolute value, we are looking at distance. We are looking at distance. And take note, distance can never be negative. So that is the reason why the absolute value of -2 is +2. On the other hand, what is the absolute value of +2? Yes, the absolute value of +2 is still 2, because 2 is 2 units from the origin. So that is the meaning of absolute value. Now with this, let's try to solve for this given equation. Now let's say we are being asked to find the absolute value of x is equal to 2. So what values of x can we place here such that when we take the absolute value of x, it will give us 2. So obviously we have two cases. Negative 2 can fit in x because the absolute value of negative 2 is 2. We can also get the second instance, that is 2 itself. The absolute value of positive 2 is 2. So all that I want you to take note is that anytime you are being given either an equation or inequality in terms of absolute value, there are two cases. We have the positive side and then the negative side. So now back to the given inequality. So we are looking for the values of x that satisfy this given inequality. So because it is given in terms of absolute value, we have two cases. We have the positive side. So let's begin with the positive side. So with the positive side, we are just picking x minus 3 less than 2. So x less than 2. So we transpose negative 3 to the right, becomes plus 3. So x is less than 5. This is the first instance. This satisfies the inequality. That is the positive side. We can also select the negative side. So the negative side, we have x minus 3. So we are going to negate this. There is a negative side. And this must be less than 2. So what do we do? Yes, we can expand with a negative. When we expand with a negative, we have minus x plus 3 less than 2. So minus x less than 2 minus 3. So minus x is less than minus 1. We are looking for positive x. So we divide each side by negative 1. Once we divide by negative 1, we have positive x less than positive 1. But remember that in inequality, anytime you divide by a negative number, what happens to the sign? The sign changes. So we have x greater than 1, the second instance. So the first instance we have x less than 5. The second one we have x greater than 1. Now we want to merge these two inequalities to 1. So what do? We need to manipulate the second one. We need to manipulate the second one. We want to change the sign to have the same sign as less than. So what do? Okay, so now let's say we have 3 greater than 1. If 3 is greater than 1, can we also say that then 1 is less than 3? Yes, it makes sense. So if x is greater than 1, it also means that 1 is less than x. It is true. So now with the second inequality written in this form and then the first one, we are going to join them together. So 1 less than x is one of them. And then we now have x less than 5. So how do we join them? So because x is common, we are going to combine them and write it as a single x. So we have 1 less than x less than 5. 1 less than x less than 5. So this is the inequality that satisfies this given relation, or these are the range of values of x. That is, x is greater than 1 and then x is less than 1. So we go for option A. 14. The diagram shows a rectangle PQRS from which a square of size x centimeters has been cut out. If the area of the shaded portion is 484 centimeters squared, we are to find the value of x if x is less than 10. So the area of the shaded portion has been given. That is 484 centimeters squared. So now let's get an expression that will guide us to calculate the area of the shaded portion. So now first of all, let's begin with the bigger rectangle. This one, rectangle PQRS. So the width measures 20 centimeters. So here is 20 centimeters, and the length is 10 plus x plus 10. We want the full length here. So since here is x, the full length becomes 10 plus x plus 10, which is simplified as 20 plus x. And we know that the area is given by the formula length times the width. So the length here is 20 plus x and the width is 20. We are going to multiply the width and the length. So let's simplify. 20 by 20, that is 400. And then 20 by x, 20x. So that is the area of the rectangle. So now let's also calculate the area of the cut out square. Now, because it is a square, it will have equal sides. And then the equal sides have length x centimeters. So the area of a square is given as L squared. So the area is x squared. So how do we calculate the area of the shaded portion? So we are going to subtract the area of the square from the area of the triangle. So for the area of the rectangle, we're going to subtract the area of the square from the area of the rectangle. Now with the area of the rectangle, we had 400 plus 20x. So this minus the squared area of the square, that is x squared. This particular expression should give us the area of the shaded portion, giving us 484. So we are getting a quadratic equation. Let's set it up. We know that the quadratic equation is of the form ax squared plus bx plus c is equal to 0. So let's arrange it in this form. So the x squared term first, so minus x squared, then the x term plus 20x plus 400 minus 484. This should be equal to 0. We have minus x squared plus 20x minus 84 is equal to 0. So we can divide each term by a -1. I want the coefficient of x squared to be positive, so I'll divide each term by a -1. So finally, we have positive x squared minus 20x plus 84 is equal to 0. Now during the examination, calculators will be allowed, so we can solve this quadratic equation using the calculator. So the first coefficient, or the coefficient of x squared, is 1. Then the coefficient of x is -20. And then the coefficient of the constant, the constant term is 84. So once you solve this, you end up getting two values of x. Now the first value of x is +6, and the second value of x is 14. But we were told that the value of x is less than 10. Since the value of x is less than 10, we go for 6. So we select D. 15. Mr. Jan bought a car for $16,800 and later sold it at 85% of the original price. So the selling price of the car is 85% of the original price, which was 16,800. So this is 85 on 100 times $16,800. So let's see the selling price. So the selling price of the car is $14,280. Now he spent $3,930.75 from the money he received from the sale of the car and invested the remaining at 18% per annum simple interest. So out of the selling price, he spent $3,930.75. So now let's calculate the remaining amount. Remaining amount. So the remaining amount will be 14280 minus 3930.75. 14280 minus 3930.75. Okay, so the balance is 10349.25. Now, what did he do with the remaining amount? He invested this amount at a rate of 18% using simple interest term for 9 years. So the amount invested is our principal. We know the rate as 18%, which is the same as 18 on 100. Now the time is 9. We know that simple interest is equal to principal times rate times time. The principal is 10349.25. The rate is 18%, so 18 on 100. The time is 9. We are looking for the simple interest. 10349.25 times 18% times 9. So the simple interest is 1676.5.79. That is to 2 decimal places. So we select D. there are 3.40 times 10 raised to the power 7 particles of dust per every 1 cubic meter. So for every space that measures 1 cubic meter, this is the number of dust particles in the room. Now we are to find how many particles are there in a room that is 1,200 cubic meters. So this is straightforward. For every 1 cubic meter, we have 3.40 times 10 raised to the power 7. So we want the number of particles in a room that is 1,200 cubic meters. So we just multiply by 1,200. So 3.40 times 10 raised to the power 7 times 1,200. So straightforward, we have our answer 4.08 times 10 raised to the power 10. So we select option D. 17. If the standard deviation of a data set is 2 root 2, we have to find the variance. Now, what is the relationship between variance and standard deviation? Take note, anytime you take the square root of variance, what you get is standard deviation. But for this data set, the standard deviation is given as 2 root 2. So now let's solve for V. So to solve for V, we need to do away with the square root by taking the square on both sides. So square and the square root will cancel out, leaving V on the left. And what is 2 root 2 all squared? That is 8. Plus 2 squared times square root of 2 all squared. This is 4, this is 2, so that is 8. You can still use the calculator. On the calculator, once you enter 2 root 2 all squared, you get 8. So the variance is 8. 18. We have a question under rate. So a tiler is able to lay 400 tiles each day in 8 hours. So the first tiler here is Kofi. So now how do we calculate the rate of Kofi? The rate of Kofi is the number of tiles he can lay divided by number of hours, which is 8. So this is 400 tiles in 8 hours. So what is 400 divided by 8? 50. So this can be simplified as 50 tiles per hour. So that is the rate of Kofi. He can lay 50 tiles in 1 hour. Then there is also another tiler. This is Boache. For Boache works 1.5 times Kofi's rate when laying the same kind of tiles. So now let's also find out Boache's rate. So for Boache, we are being told that he works 1.5 times the rate of Kofi. So 1.5 times the rate of Kofi. Now the rate of Kofi is 50 tiles per hour. So the rate of Boache, now we have to change this one to improper fraction. That is 3 on 2 times 50 tiles per hour. 3 on 2 times 50, 75. So the rate of Boache is 75 tiles per hour. Now, we have to calculate the number of tiles Boache can lay in 8 hours. Number of tiles Boache can lay in 8 hours. So let's quickly do this. We know that the rate of Boache is equal to number of tiles he can lay in a specified time. So the rate of Boache is 75. Number of tiles we don't know, so let's represent number of tiles as y. So y, but then the time here is in 8 hours. So let's solve for y. 75 is the same as 75 on 1. You can cross multiply. 75 by 8, 600. Then 1 by y is y. So the number of tiles you can lay is 600. So 600 tiles. We select C. 19. The radius of a circle is 4 times the radius of another circle. So we have 2 circles. So let's say the radius of the first one is r, and then the radius of the second one is 4 times longer than the radius of the first one, because one of them is 4 times the other. Now, what is the relationship between their areas? So now we know that the area of a circle is giving us pi r squared. So the area of this circle will be pi. Now instead of r, we have 4r all squared. So area here is pi r squared. So area here will be pi. 4 squared is 16. Then r squared. So we have area as 16 pi r squared. So since we have pi r squared, we have pi r squared. See that the second one is 16 times larger than the first one. So the area of one is 16 times that of the other. 20. A ladder which is 3 meters long leans against a vertical wall. So before we can lean a ladder against a vertical wall, you need a level ground, and there is a vertical wall. Remember that the vertical wall and the level ground always meet at an angle of 90 degrees. So now we can lean the ladder. So this is the ladder. This is the ladder. Now the length of this ladder measures 3 meters. Now if the foot of the ladder, so this is the top of the ladder, this is the foot of the ladder. So for the foot of the ladder, we are looking at where the ladder touches the ground. So the foot of the ladder is 80 centimeters from the wall. This is the wall. So the distance from the base of the wall to the foot of the ladder measures 80 centimeters. We are to calculate the distance the ladder reaches up the wall. So we are looking at this height. Okay, so now we see that the length of the ladder was given in meters and the distance from the base of the wall to the foot of the ladder was given in centimeters. So even before we start doing the calculations, you must make sure they have the same units. So I will prefer changing 3 meters to centimeters. You know that every 100 centimeters is equivalent to 1 meter. Every 100 centimeters is equivalent to 1 meter. So 3 meters will be 300 centimeters. So we can only solve this by applying the Pythagoras theorem because we have a right angle triangle. So there is the hypotenuse and then the other two sides. So we know that from the Pythagoras theorem, the square of the hypotenuse, so 300 squared, is equal to the sum of the squares of the other two sides. So the other two sides, one measures h, so h squared plus the other length 80, so 80 squared. So let's see, 300 squared. 300 squared is 90,000. This should be equal to h squared plus 80 squared, 6,400. So we group like terms, 90,000 minus 6,400 to be equal to h squared. 90,000 minus 6,400. Okay, so this is 83600, which is equal to h squared. So because we are looking for h, we can take the square root on both sides so that the square root and the square will cancel out, leaving h on the right. Now square root of 83600. Okay, so that is 289.14. So looking at the alternatives, they corrected everything to the nearest whole number. So to the nearest whole number, the height of the wall measures 289 centimeters. (21) Given f of x as 2x plus 1 and g of x as x minus 1 on 2, we are to find f of g of x. What's the meaning of f of g of x? F of g of x means we are to substitute g of x into f. So we are substituting g of x into f of x. In other words, we are putting g of x into f of x. So we have 2. Anywhere we see x, we just substitute g of x. So x minus 1 on 2 plus 1. So we have just done the substitution. So let's simplify. So straight away, we see that these two will cancel out, leaving x minus 1 plus 1. X minus 1 plus 1. So minus 1 plus 1, these two gives us 0. So they will cancel out. We are left with x. So we select A. (22) In the diagram, angle ABC measures 90 degrees. Now, if Q squared is giving us 25 minus R squared, we have to find the value of P. So it is clear that this triangle here is a right angle triangle. Because it's a right angle triangle, line AC represents the hypotenuse. So now, what is the relationship among the sides of a right angle triangle? Now we can refer from the Pythagoras theorem. The theorem says that the square of the hypotenuse. So the square of the hypotenuse is represented as small p. So p squared is equal to the sum of the squares of the other two sides. There is a hypotenuse. So the other two sides we have r, so r squared plus the other side, which is q squared. Now what is q squared? Q squared is 25 minus r squared. So we will do our substitution. Anywhere we see q squared, we just replace that with 25 minus r squared. That is what we are doing. So plus 25 minus r squared. We were told that q squared is equal to 25 minus r squared. So now let's solve for p. So we have p squared is equal to positive r squared minus r squared. These two will cancel out, leaving 25. So we can take the square root on both sides. The square root and the squared will cancel out, leaving p as square root of 25. That is 5. So we select B. 23. A scientific sensor records air pollution levels in base 3. If the highest recorded pollution level for a week was 2120 base 3, what is the decimal equivalent? Decimal equivalent means we want this reading in base 10 to base 10. So to write 2120 base 3 to base 10, we need the index. So starting from the right, we have 0, 1, 2, 3. So we have 2 by the base 3 raised to this index 3 plus second number, which is 1, times the base raised to the power the index is 2, plus the third number, which is 2, times the base, which is 3 raised to the index 1. And then finally we have 0 times the base raised to the power 0. So we have 2 by 3 raised to the power 3, 27. Then we have 1 by 3 raised to the power 2, 9, plus 2 by 3 raised to the power 1, 3, plus 0 by 3 raised to the power 0 is 1. So let's finalize everything. 2 times 27, 2 by 27, 54. Then 1 by 9, 9, 2 by 3, 6. Then 0 by 1, 0. So 54 plus 9 plus 6 plus 0, 69 in base 10. So that is a decimal equivalence, 69. in base 10. 27. A train is moving at 60 miles per hour. 60 miles per hour. So 60 miles per hour represents the speed of the train, 60 miles per hour. If it passes a signpost in 15 seconds, so that is the time it took the train to pass the signpost, 15 seconds. We have to find in yards the length of the train. Now, how do we calculate the length of the train? Now, the length of the train is the distance the train traveled in 15 seconds, moving at a speed of 60 miles per hour. So, the length of the train also represents the distance it took the train to pass the signpost in 15 seconds, moving at a speed of 60 miles per hour. So we need to calculate the distance. I'm representing a distance as d. So we don't know the distance. Now, how does these three quantities relate? Speed, time, and distance. Basically, we know that speed is given by the formula distance on time. Distance divided by time. That is the formula for speed. So because we are looking at distance, let's make distance the subject. If we make distance the subject, we can cross multiply. So 1 times distance, that is distance. And then speed times time, we have speed by time. So that is the formula for calculating distance. So once we know this, to calculate the distance, all that we need is to multiply the speed and the time. So the speed of the train was given as 60 miles per hour by time. But here the time was given in seconds. But when you look at the speed was given in terms of miles per hour. Miles per hour. So we need to convert the 15 seconds to hour. Now we know that every 1 hour is equivalent to 3600 seconds. That is the relationship between hour and seconds. Every 1 hour is equivalent to 3600 seconds. So if 300 seconds is equivalent to 1 hour, then what of 15 seconds? So that would be 15 seconds divided by 3600 times 1 hour. So let's see. 15 on 3600. So the time in hour will be 1 on 240 hours. So we have to multiply this by 1 on 240 hours. So let's see, 60 by 1 on 240. So the distance will be 1 on 4 miles. 1 on 4 miles, quarter of a mile. But then we want the distance, in other words, the length of the train in terms of yards. So we need to convert a quarter of a mile to yards. So again, if 1 mile is equivalent to 1760 yards. Then we should be able to calculate that of quarter of a mile. So if 1 mile goes with 1760 yards, then quarter of a mile. So that will be 1/4 miles divided by 1 mile times 1760 yards. So quarter of a mile divided on 1 is still quarter. So we still have 1/4 by 1760 yards. So 1/4 by 1760 yards. So we have 440 yards. 440 yards. So we select D. 25. In the diagram, O is the center of the circle. So if O is the center of the circle, then it means that from O to this point, this distance is the radius of the circle, giving us 8 centimeters. Again, from O to this point, this distance also represents the radius of a circle, giving us 8 centimeters. Now we are to find the area of the shaded part in terms of pi. We want the area of the shaded part. So to calculate the area of the shaded part, the first thing we need to do is to find the area of the quadrant. The area of this quadrant. Remember, a quadrant is a quarter of a circle. So the area of the quadrant will be 1/4 the area of a circle. Area of a circle is given as pi r squared. So pi, now we have the radius as 8, so 8 squared. So 1/4 times pi times 8 squared is 64. So this is simplified as 16 pi centimeters squared. So that is the area of the quadrant. Next, let's also calculate the area of this triangle. The area of this triangle. Recall that the area of a triangle is given as half the base times the height. So the base is the radius, 8 centimeters. The height is also the radius, so times 8. So this simplifies as 32 centimeters squared. So that is the area of the triangle. But then we are looking at the area of the shaded portion. So to calculate for the area of the shaded portion, you have to subtract the area of the triangle from the area of the quadrant. So that gives us 16 pi for the area of the quadrant minus 32 for the area of the triangle, all in centimeters squared. So we select B. 26. Mrs. Sesedu has 3540 base 8 apples. So this is the total number of apples. If she sold 402 base 8 and 317 base 8 got spoiled, we have to find the number of apples left. We want the number of apples left. So how do we solve this? So in this particular question, we have two different ways. First, we can work out everything in base 8, then we convert our final result to base 10. Or we can convert everything to base 10 and then straight away we calculate the number of apples left. So let's say we have 10 apples, and out of these apples we sold 3, and then 2 apples got spoiled. How do we calculate the remaining number of apples? So first we can add these two, that is 3 plus 2 giving us 5, and then we subtract. So this gives us 5 apples. Then we subtract 5 apples from the 10 apples, giving us a balance of 5 apples. So we are going to use the same approach. First of all, we are going to add 402 base 8 and 317 base 8. We are adding these two. This is addition in base 8. 2 plus 7, that is 9. What is 9 in base 8? So 8 goes into 9, 1 remainder, 1. So we write the remainder here. We still have an extra 1. Now 0 plus 1, that is 1, plus the extra 1, making 2. And then 4 plus 3, that is 7. So we have 7, 2, 1, base 8. Now let's calculate the remaining number of apples. So for the remaining number of apples, we are going to subtract this 721 base 8 from the total. So the total, we have 3540 base 8. So minus 721. So this is subtraction in base 8. Now 0 minus 1, that will lead to a negative number. But we cannot get a negative number at this point. So what do? We move on to the next column and then borrow 1. Because we are working in base 8, anytime we borrow, the value is 8. So although we have borrowed 1 from 4, its actual value is 8. And then 8 plus 0, that is 8. So 8 minus 1, we have 7. We have already borrowed 1 from 4, so we are left with 3. 3 minus 2, that is 1. 5 minus 7, this will give us a negative value. So we don't need a negative value. So what do? We move on to the next column. We borrow 1. Once we borrow 1, the value is 8. And then 8 plus 5, that is 13. 13 minus 7, that is 6. We are left with 2 here. 2 minus 0, that is 2. So the remaining number of apples is 2617 in base 8. Remember, we are being asked to leave our answer in base 10. So to leave our answer in base 10, we have to convert 2617 base 8 to base 10. So here is 0, 1, 2, and then 3. So we have 2 by the base 8 raised to the power index. The index is 3, plus 6 by the base raised to the power the index. then plus the third number 1 by 8 raised to the power 1 plus 7 by 8 raised to the power 0. So what is 8 raised to the power 3? 512 plus 6 by 8 raised to the power 2 is 64. We have 1 by 8 raised to the power 1, that is 8, plus 7 by 8 raised to the power 0, that is 1. 2 by 512, 1024, plus 6 by 64, 384, plus 1 by 8, that is 8, 7 by 1, 7. Let's finalize everything. 124 plus 384 plus 8 plus 7. So we have 1, 4, 2, 3. Base is 10. We select D. 27. 2 security cameras are mounted at 2 different points. So we have point A. The position is 2, 4, and second point B with coordinates 10, 8. Now, a monitoring device is placed exactly between them. Exactly between them. Exactly between them is nothing but the midpoint. Midpoint. So it is placed in the middle of these two positions. We have to find the position of the monitoring device. So point A and then point B. We are looking at the midpoint. So I'm naming the midpoint as M. The midpoint M. Now, what is the formula for calculating the midpoint of a line segment? So let's say we have this point A with coordinates x1, y1, and then point B with coordinates x2, y2. The midpoint is given by the formula. So first of all, we need to add the x coordinates. So x1 plus x2, then we divide by 2. We repeat the same process for the y coordinates. So y1 plus y2 divided by 2. So this is the formula that we will need. So the midpoint. So this is our x1, y1, our x2, and then y2. So x1, we have 2, x2, we have 10. Divide by 2. Then y1, 4, y2, 8. We divide by 2. So what is m? 2 plus 10, 12 on 2, 4 plus 8, 12 on 2. So what is 12 on 2? 12 on 2, that is 6. 12 on 2, that is 6. So the position is 6, 6. 28. The area of a rectangle is 180 meters squared. So we have our rectangle. So the longest side is our length, and the shortest side is our width. So if the rectangle has an area of 180 meters squared, then it means that when you multiply the length and the width to give us 180. So LW is 180. So this is our first equation. Now, if the length is increased by 5 meters, so to increase the length by 5 meters, it means we need to add 5 meters. And its width reduced by 3 meters. Reduction goes with subtraction. The area remains the same. So this time when you multiply these two dimensions, it should give us the original area. So again, L plus 5 for the new length, multiplying W minus 3 for the new width. The area still remains the same. So let's expand and simplify. L by W, L by minus 3, minus 3L, 5 by W, 5W, then 5 by minus 3, minus 15. And this gives us 180. We can do some substitution here because we know that LW is 180. So 180 minus 3L plus 5W minus 15 is equal to 180. Now 180 and 180 can cancel out. Okay, so let's do it this way. We are grouping the variables on the left. So minus 3L plus 5W is equal to 180. Then you transpose positive 180 to the right, it becomes minus 180. We transpose negative 15 to the right, it becomes plus 15. So positive and negative will cancel out. We have minus 3L plus 5W being equal to 15. So this is our second equation. So how do we solve for L? So we can apply substitution. So in equation 1, let's make W the subject. So when we make W the subject, we need to divide each side by L. So W is 180 on L. We are doing the substitution. Anywhere we see W, we just plug in 180 on L. And this must be equal to 50. So we have minus 3L plus, so 5 by 18. Sorry, 5 by 180. That is 900 on L is equal to 50. So we can multiply each term by the LCM. The LCM here is L. So minus 3L plus 900 on L is equal to 50. We are multiplying each term by L. So the first term by L, second term by L, then the third term by L. So this one gives us minus 3L squared. L and L will cancel out. We have plus 900, and this must be equal to 15L. We are getting a quadratic equation. We know that quadratic equation is of the form ax squared plus bx plus c is equal to 0. So let's rearrange into this format. Minus 3L squared, so minus 15L plus 900 is equal to 0. So at this point, we just use a calculator to solve this quadratic equation. So minus 3 minus 15, then 900. So the first value of L is minus 20, and then the second value of L is positive 15. But because we are looking at length can never be negative. So we select the positive value of the length, which is 15 meters. So that is the original length of the rectangle, 15 meters. The diagram below shows a vegetable garden planted with potatoes and cabbages. If the shaded plot is to be planted with carrots, so they are planning to plant carrots in the shaded area, then we have to find the fraction of the plot that can be planted with carrots. So take note, the entire vegetable garden represents the whole. It represents the whole. And we know that in terms of fractions, the whole is represented as 1. The whole is represented as 1. So this is the whole. A fraction of it has been used to plant potatoes. Another fraction has been used to plant cabbages. So we are looking for the remaining fraction of the garden. So we just enter this on the calculator. 1 minus 2 on 3 minus 1 on 4. So that is 1 on 12. So that will be the fraction that can be used to plant carrots. In a talent hunt competition of 35 artists, they indicated their interest in playing flute, violin, and guitar. So there is a 3-set problem. So we need to draw our 3 circles on a Venn diagram. Now we have a total of 35 artists. Now these are their interests: F for flute, V for violin, and then G for guitar. Now out of the total number, 24 preferred flute, 16 preferred violin, and then 18 preferred guitar. 8 preferred flute only. So this is flute only. 2 violin only, and 6 guitar only. 4 played all the 3 instruments. So all the 3, 4. While 7 preferred flute and violin only. Take note, there is only attached to flute and violin. So where is flute and violin? So the intersection of the 2 circles. Flute and violin. So this is where they intersect, these 2 regions. But then we are looking at flute and violin only. So to identify this region, we need to do away with the guitar circle. So this is the remaining area we are talking about. Flute and violin only, that is 7. We are to find the number of artists who preferred only 2 types of instruments. Only 2 types of instruments. So before we can calculate that, we need to fill out the remaining spaces. We need to fill out the remaining spaces. Okay, so the entire flute circle, we have 24 artists. So it means that 8 plus 7 plus 4 plus this region should give us 24. So let's calculate for this particular region. So 8 plus 7 plus 4, that is 19. So 24 minus 19, 5. So here is 5. Here should be 5. Then this particular region, you can solve that either using the violin circle or the guitar circle. I'm going for the violin circle. So the violin, we have 16 artists. So 7 plus 4 plus 2. 7 plus 4 plus 2. That is 13. But we are looking for a total of 16. So 16 minus 13, that is 3. So we are almost done. We are almost done because we are being asked to find the number of artists who preferred only 2 types of instruments. So only 2 types of instruments. We need to go for this region. Only 2 types of instruments. So 7 plus 5 plus 3, giving us 15 artists. 15 artists. The answer is A. (31) Given that tan theta is 15 on 8, where theta is located within the range 0 and 90 degrees, we have to evaluate this given expression. So the only thing we need to do is that you will see that tan theta has been given as a common fraction. So we also need to find the common fraction for sin theta as well as cos theta. Now, we can refer from SOHCAHTOA. SOHCAHTOA. So the emphasis is on TOA because we've been given tan. TOA says that anytime you find or anytime you want to find the tan of an angle, it is given by the opposite divided by the adjacent. So if that's the case, then it means that 15 here represents the opposite and 8 represents the adjacent. So next we draw our right angle triangle. So here is 90 degrees. This is the acute angle. Because there is the acute angle, this side here represents the opposite. The side facing the 90 degrees angle is the hypotenuse, which also represents the longest side, and then the other side becomes the adjacent. So we know the length of the opposite as 15. So this side here represents 15, and this side represents the adjacent, which is 8. So the only thing we need now is the length of the hypotenuse. We can only calculate the length of the hypotenuse by applying the Pythagoras theorem. And we know that the theorem says that the square of the hypotenuse, so I'm representing the hypotenuse as h. So the square of the hypotenuse is equal to the sum of the squares of the other 2 sides. So the square of the opposite plus the square of the adjacent. So the hypotenuse squared is 15 squared, 225, plus 8 squared, which is 64. 225 plus 64 289. 289. Since we are looking for h, we need to take the square root on both sides. So the square root and the square will cancel out, leaving h as now square root of 289, 17. So the length of the hypotenuse is 17. The length of the hypotenuse is 17. So let me redraw the right angle triangle. So this is our new right angle triangle. The opposite was 15, adjacent 8. Now the hypotenuse we had 17. So with this we should be able to calculate for sine theta. So again from SOHCAHTOA, sine theta goes with so. So sine theta says that to calculate the sine of an acute angle, that would be the length of the opposite. So opposite is 15 divided by the length of the hypotenuse, which is 17. So that is the common fraction for sine theta. Next is cos theta. So the cos of the acute angle is the length of the adjacent. Adjacent is 8 divided by the length of the hypotenuse, which is 17. So with this, we should be able to evaluate 2 sine theta on 5 minus 3 cos theta. We just do substitution. So 2 sine theta is 15 on 17 all over 5 minus 3 cos theta. Cos theta is 18 on 17. So let's simplify that of the numerator. 2 times 15 on 7. So the numerator we have 30 on 17. And also with the denominator, 5 minus 3 multiplying 8 on 17. 61 on 17. So finally, we have 30 on 17 divided by 61 on 17. This is the same as 30 on 17 times 17 on 61. So 17 will cancel out, leaving 30 on 61. Select B. 32. A radio set that costs 45,000 Ghana cedis depreciates by 30% in the first year, 20% in the second year, and 15% in the third year. We have to find the value of the radio set at the end of the third year. So this is depreciation. We talk about depreciation, it is a reduction in the cost price of the commodity. The reason is that because the commodity has been used over time, it loses some of its value. And then the loss of the value in the original commodity is normally quantified in terms of percentages. So that is termed as depreciation. So the original price, which is 45,000 Ghana cedis, because it is original price, is always taken as 100%. That is in percentages. The original price is taken as 100%. Now, at the end of the first year, the radio set experienced a 30% depreciation. So now let's find the value after the end of the first year. So value at the end of the first year. So at the beginning of the first year, in terms of percentage, it was 100%. Now the value has decreased by 30%. So the remaining value in terms of percentage will be 70% of the original price, which is 45,000 Ghana cedis. Now 70% is 70 on 100 times 45,000. So let's do the calculation. So the value at the end of the first year will be 31,500. Now let's also find the value of the radio set at the end of the second year. At the end of the second year. So going into the second year, this was the value of the radio set. So this value again depreciated by 20%. So the remaining value will be 80%. 80% of 31,500. So moving into the second year, the value becomes the new, the old value becomes a new value at the beginning of the second year. So that is the concept here. So 80% of 31,500, that is 80 on 100 times 31,500. So this is 25,200 cedis. So there is a value of the radio set at the end of the second year. So now this price here becomes the value going into the third year. But in the third year, the depreciation was 15%. So the new value becomes 85%. Because when you subtract 15% from 100%, we are left with 85%. So let's see the value at the end of the third year. So when you take away 15% from 100%, we are left with 85%. So 85% of this value, 25,200. So we have 85 on 100 times 25,200. So that is 21420, 21,420 cedis. So the answer is D. Now let me also show you another easier way of getting the answer. So we know that the original price was 45,000 Ghana cedis. That is 100%. In the first year, the depreciation was 30%. So when you subtract 30% from 100%, you will be left with 70%. So 70%. Now for the second year, the rate of depreciation was 20%. When you subtract 20% from 100%, you'll be left with 80%. And then finally, when you subtract 15% from 100%, we are left with 85%. So 70% is the same as 70 out of 100. 80% is 80 out of 100. 85% is 85 out of 100. Then we multiply everything here by the original price of the commodity, which is 45,000 cedis. We will still get the answer. You can verify 70 on 100 by 80 on 100 by 85 on 100 by 45,000 Ghana cedis. We will still end up getting 21,420 20 Ghana cedis. Thank you. 33. A carpenter is working with wooden planks that are 15 meters, so that is the length of the first wooden plank, and 12 meters long, so the length of the second wooden plank. These are difficult to transport, so he decides to cut the two wooden planks into lengths that are equal. Take note, lengths that are equal and as big as possible. So to cut 15 meters and 12 meters into lengths that are equal, then what we need to do is that we need to look for factors of 15 and then 12. So factor, or let's say factor of 15, we are looking at numbers that can divide 15 exactly without any remainder. Factors of 15, numbers that can divide 15 exactly without any remainder. So we have 1, 3, 5, and then 15. Again, let's also look for factors of 12, numbers that can divide 12 exactly without any remainder. We have 1, we have 2, we have 3, we have 4, we have 6, and 12. Now, we want equal length. Equal length. So let's see whether we can identify the equal length. So we have 1, we have 1. Then we have 3, and then 3. So he can decide to cut the two wooden planks into 1 meter, 1 meter each. That is one possibility. He can also cut them into 3 meters long, 3 meters long. That is also possible. But he is looking for the length that is big as possible. So we cannot take 1. Our only option is 3 meters long. So that is A. So all that we did was that we were looking for the highest common factor of 15 and 12. The highest common factor of 15 and 12. Once you find the highest common factor of 15 and 12, you still end up with 3 meters. 34. A cylindrical tank with base radius 3.5 meters is half filled with water. So this is our tank in the shape of a cylinder. Now, the base radius measures 3.5 meters. That is the base radius. Now, this cylinder is half filled with water. It is half filled with water. So let's find the volume of water in this tank. We know that the volume of water in this cylindrical tank, or let's say in a cylinder, is given by the formula pi r squared h. But because the water occupied half of the entire volume, the volume of water will be half pi r squared h. So the volume of water in the cylindrical tank will be equal to half pi is 2217, radius is 3.5, so 3.5 over squared multiplying each. So volume of water in the cylindrical tank will be half. Now let's simplify the numbers inside the parentheses. 22 on 7 times 3.5 all squared. So that is 77 on 2h. And then finally, half times 77 on 2, that is 77 on 4h. So the volume of water in the cylindrical tank is 77 on 4H meters cube. Now, the water is then poured into a rectangular tank with dimensions 7 meters by 2 meters by 5.5 meters. Rectangular tank. So we are looking at a cuboid. So these are the dimensions. The length 7 meters, the width 2 meters, and the height. The height is given as 5.5 meters. Now, when the water in the cylindrical tank was poured into the rectangular tank, what happened? It filled the tank completely. What is the meaning? So it means that it covered the entire volume of the rectangular tank. In other words, it covered the entire volume of the cuboid. So let's find the volume of water in the rectangular tank. So the volume of water in the rectangular tank will be the length times the width times the height. So 7 by 2 by 5.5, 77 meters cube. So how do we calculate the height of the cylindrical tank? We are looking for h. One thing is for sure, that is the volume of water in the cylindrical tank is the same as the volume of water in the rectangular tank. So we can equate the two volumes. So the volume of water in the cylindrical tank, that was 77 on 4H, and this must be equal to 77. We are looking for H, so we can multiply each side by the LCM, which is 4. Once we do that, 4 will cancel out, leaving 77H on the left. Then 77 by 4, we have 308. So we divide each side by 77. The 77 will cancel out. We have H as 308 divided by 77. So the height measures 4 meters. $35. 3 men shared $480,000 in the ratio x is to x plus 1 is to x plus 2. If the least share was $120,000, if the least share was $120,000, we have to find the value of x. We have to find the value of x. So this is what we are going to do. The total amount shared was $480,000. So the total amount goes with total ratio. So total goes with total. So first, let's calculate total ratio. The total ratio will be the sum of the individual ratios. So x plus 1 plus x plus 2, x plus x plus x, 3x, and then 1 plus 2, 3. So this is the expression for total ratio. That is the expression for total ratio. So we can say that 3x plus 3 goes with $480,000. Now, $120,000 was the least share. So the least share must also go with the least ratio. So among x, x plus 1 and x plus 2, which one of them is the least ratio? So the least ratio is x. The expressions, the three given expressions here, the least expression is x. So the least ratio goes with the least amount, $120,000. So these two ratios are in proportion. So we can set up our equation. That is the first ratio, 3x plus 3 is to 480,000, should be the same as x is to 120,000. Now take note, ratio can be represented as a common fraction. So we can write it as 3x plus 3 divided by 480,000. And this must be equal to, we also want to express this as a common ratio. So x on 120,000. So let's solve for x. We can cross multiply. Once we cross multiply, we have 480,000x and then 120,000 multiplying 3x plus 3. So we need to expand the right hand side. 120,000 by 3. This gives us 360,000x and plus 360,000. We are expanding. So let's group like variables on the left, numbers on the right. So on the left, 480,000x minus 360,000x. This should be equal to 360,000. So 480,000 minus 360,000, we have 120,000. So 120,000x is equal to 360,000. So because we are looking for x, we have to divide each side by the coefficient of x. So 120,000 x is equal to 360,000. We're going to divide each side by 120,000, 120,000. So 120,000 will cancel out, leaving x as 360,000 divided by 120,000. That is 3. So the value of x is 3. A shop reduced price on items by 12%. I bought a computer for 3,432 Ghana cedis from the shop. What was the original price of the computer? So this question involves percentages. So we know that in percentages, the original price is taken as 100%. But then maybe perhaps this particular shop was running a promotion. So they decided to reduce the original price of the computer by 12%. So once they reduce the original price by 12%, the value of the computer in terms of percentages will be the original percentage minus 12%. So 100 minus 12, that is 88%. So this 88% goes with the price of the computer. Remember, Amina bought the computer after the original price of the computer was reduced by 12%. So when you reduce the original price by 12%, the remaining percentage will be 88. So 88% goes with this particular price. But then we are looking for the original price. And we know that in percentages, the original price goes with 100%. So if 88% goes with 3,432, then 100% must also give us an amount which is bigger than 3,432. So if more, then less we divide. So 100 on 88 by 3,432. Let's see, 100 on 88 by 3,432. 3,900 Ghana cedis. So we go for option D. 37. A construction company is starting to build a new house. They need to put tape around the site to begin. The new home site is 20 meters wide by 40 meters long rectangle. So this is the home site. The length is 40 meters and the width is 20 meters. Now their goal is to put a tape around the site. So we are looking at the distance around the site. The distance around the site, we are looking at the perimeter. So first of all, let's calculate the perimeter of this site. Because it's in the shape of a rectangle, we know that the perimeter of a rectangle is 2L plus 2W. So L is 40, W is 20. 2 by 40, that is 80. 2 by 2, 40. So perimeter is 120 meters. So meaning that they need a tape with length of 120 meters before they will be able to tape around the site. But an information was given that the company already has 100 meters. So because they already have 100 meters of the tape, they will only need 20 meters. Yes, initially they, under normal circumstance, they will need 120 meters long tape. They already have 100 meters, so they will just buy an extra 20 meters. So we select A. 38. A half of a final year JHS student applied for university programs. So take note of this information. University programs. While 1/3 of them applied for College of Education programs. So we have two main programs. The first one is university program, and the second one is College of Education program. Now, out of the total number, half of them applied for university program,
and then 1/3 of the entire student population apply for a College of Education program. Now, the rest of the students applied for neither of the two programs. So, what fraction of students did not apply for the two programs? So, first of all, we need the total fraction. So, in fraction, the whole, which also represents the total, is taken as 1. The whole is taken as 1. So, out of this total, we have to subtract half, then you have to subtract 1/3. The remaining fraction represents the fraction of students who applied for neither of the two programs. So 1 minus 1 on 2 minus 1 on 3, 1 on 6, 1 on 6. So the fraction of students who applied for neither of the two programs, that is 1 on 6. Question 39. The standard deviation of a set of scores of 90 students in a mathematics test is 15. If the score of each student is decreased by 9, what will be the standard deviation of the new observations? So before we can answer this particular question, let's find out the behavior of standard deviation. So first of all, let's say we have the scores of 4 students in a mathematical test as follows. So the first student had a score of 4, the second had 7, 6, and 3. To calculate the standard deviation, the first thing we need is the mean. So to calculate the mean, what do? We need to sum up the individual scores. 4 plus 7 plus 6 plus 3, and we divide by the total number of observations. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 observations. So the mean will be 4 plus 7 plus 6 plus 3, that is 20. So 20 on 4, that is 5. So the mean score of this student is 5. Next, we need to calculate for the variance. Once we get the variance, we can easily calculate for the standard deviation. Now, how do we calculate the variance? So to calculate the variance, this is what we do. We are going to subtract the mean from all the individual scores. So the first score here was 4. So 4 minus the mean. The mean, we had 5. So 4 minus 5 all squared. Then plus the second observation, 7 minus the mean all squared, plus the third observation, 6 minus the mean all squared. And then lastly, the last observation, 3 minus 5 all squared. And again, we divide by the total number of observations, which is 4. So the variance, let's simplify. 4 minus 5, that is minus 1 all squared, plus 7 minus 5, minus 2 all squared. Then 6 minus 5, 1 all squared. And then 3 minus 5, minus 2 all squared. All on 4. Now the variance, minus 1 squared, we have 1, minus 2 squared, that is 4. 1 squared is 1, minus 2 all squared, 4. So all on 4. So the variance is, so this is 10 on 4. This is also the same as 5 on 2. Now, how do we calculate the standard deviation? Now, standard deviation is the square root of variance. So once you take the square root of variance, you get the standard deviation. So the standard deviation will be square root of 5 on 2. So what is square root of 5 on 2? To two decimal places. To two decimal places, that is 1.58. Let's take note of this value. So for the first case, we had the standard deviation for the first case as 1.58. Now, we are going to subtract a constant score from the original scores of each of the learners. That is what we are going to do, and then calculate for the standard deviation and see the results so that we can be able to answer this particular question. Okay, so the original scores of the four students was 4, 7, 6, and then 3. Now we are going to subtract 2, or we are going to decrease their scores by 2 and calculate for the standard deviation. So when we decrease 4 by 2, we have 2, 7 by 2, we have 5, 6 by 2, we have 4, 3 by 2, we have 1. So how do we calculate the standard deviation? First of all, we need the mean. So to calculate the mean, we need to sum up their new scores and divide by 4. So we have the mean as 2 plus 5, that is 7. 7 plus 4, 11. 11 plus 1, 12. So the mean is 12 on 4, simplified as 3. So that is the mean. Now, we need to calculate for the variance. So to calculate for the variance, we are going to subtract the mean from the individual scores. So the first observation, 2 minus the mean, all squared, plus the second score, 5 minus the mean, all squared, plus 4 minus the mean, all squared, and then finally 1 minus the mean, all squared, divided by the number of observations, which is still 4. Now the variance, 2 minus 3, that is minus 1 squared, 5 minus 3, 2 squared, 4 minus 3, 1 squared, plus 1 minus 3, that is minus 2 all squared, all on 4. So the variance, minus 1 squared, that is 1, 2 squared is 4, 1 squared is 1, minus 2 squared is 4, all on 4. 1 plus 4, 1 plus 4. This is 10 on 4, simplified as 5 on 2. Now we know that the standard deviation is the square root of the variance. So the standard deviation will be square root of 5 on 2. Then square root of 5 on 2 to two decimal places. We still have 1.58. So for the second instance where we subtracted 2 from all the individual scores, we still had the same value for the standard deviation. So that is one characteristic of standard deviation. Now, when we subtract a constant number from the individual observations, or when you add a constant number across board for all the individual observations, the standard deviation remains unchanged. It remains unchanged. So if the standard deviation was 15 and then each student's score was decreased by 9, the standard deviation will still be 15. So take note, there is one characteristic of standard deviation. Anytime you subtract a number across board or you add a number across board to the individual observations, the standard deviation remains unchanged. 40. A farmer sells two types of crops. We have maize and beans. The farmer sells maize at 4 Ghana cedis per bull and beans at 6 Ghana cedis per bull. If he sold a total of 30 bulls for 150 Ghana cedis, then how many bowls of maize and beans did he sell? So first of all, let the number of bowls of maize be n, and then the number of bowls of beans sold be b. Now we are told that this farmer sold a total of 30 bowls. So we can set up our first equation. That is the number of bowls of maize plus number of bowls of beans should be equal to 30 bowls. So this is our first equation. Now our second equation, we can also set up this equation using the total amount he got from selling the maize and the beans. Now we are told that a bowl of the maize sells at 4 Ghana cedis. So the amount of money he was able to raise from selling m number of bowls of maize will be 4m. And then the number of, or the amount of money he was able to get from selling beans will be 6b, because a bowl of maize is 4 cedis. And then we are told that he sold m number of bowls. So the total money for maize will be 4m, and that of beans will be 6b. So we are looking at the total cost, sorry, the total amount of money. So we are going to sum up the money, and then the total money from selling these two crops was 150 cedis. So this is our second equation. So since calculators are allowed, we can solve this simultaneous equation using the calculator. So let's see the value of m and then b. So after solving, m is 15 and b is also 15. So we have 15 bags of maize and 15 bags of beans. The answer is C. 41. Given the relation, so the relation L is equal to 2 m squared minus n squared, all on 4m plus n. We have to find the value of L when m is 2 and n is 3. So straight away we can plug in the values of m and the values of n and evaluate. So for the numerator we have 2, m is 2, so 2 squared, minus n is 3, so 3 squared for the numerator. Now for the denominator we have 4, m is 2, n is 3. So let's focus on the parentheses. 2 squared is 4, 3 squared is 9, all on 4, 2 plus 3, that is 5. Okay, so we have 2, 4 minus 9, that is minus 5, and then 4 by 5, 20. We have minus 10 on 20, and in the lowest form, this is lowest form, that is minus 1 on 2. So we go for B. (42). Given the equation 3 on x plus y minus 4 on x minus y equal to 0, we have to find the value of x and y. So first of all, let's try and do away with the denominator. So what do? We need to multiply each term by the LCM. So in this equation, the LCM is x plus y multiplying x minus y. So we are going to multiply each term by the LCM. So the first term here by x plus y, x minus y. Second term, x plus y, x minus y. And then the last term, x plus y, x minus y. So x plus y will cancel out, leaving 3 multiplying x minus y. Then the second term, x minus y will cancel out, leaving 4 multiplying x plus y. Then the last one, 0 multiplying this, everything will turn to 0. Now let's expand. We have 3x minus 3y. Then this gives us minus 4x minus 4y. This should be equal to 0. Now I'm grouping x on the left, y on the right. So 3x minus 4x, this should be equal to positive 4y plus 3y. This simplifies as minus x, and this simplifies as 7y. But what are we looking for? We are looking for x on y. X on y. So first of all, let's divide each side by minus 1, each side by minus 1, so that the negatives can cancel out, leaving x on the left being equal to minus 7y. Now how do we get x on y? So to get x on y, we have to divide each side by y. So this y will cancel out, leaving x on y as minus 7. So that is the value of x on y. X on y is minus 7. So we go for A. Next, 1,800 people, so this is the total number of people, were asked of their favorite flavor of ice cream. The results are represented in the pie chart below. So how many people prefer banana flavor? Banana flavor. Okay. So we know that the total angle in pie chart is 360 degrees. And we also have a total of 1,800 people. So we can say that 360 degrees goes with 1,800 people, because total goes with total. Total angle goes with total number of people. So you want the number of people who prefer banana flavor. So we can calculate that using the angle for banana. Angle for banana is 33 degrees. So if 360 degrees is giving us 1,800 people, then 33 degrees should also give us a number which is less than 1,800 people. If less, then more will divide. So 33 out of 360 times 1,800 people. Let's see. 33 on 360 by 1,800, 165, 165 people. The answer is D. 44. How many more people prefer vanilla than chocolate? So we have two different ways of solving this particular question. Straight away, we can just use the angle. We can use the angle approach, and then we can use the number of people approach. So the first approach that we could have used was we need to calculate the number of people who prefer vanilla. Then we also calculate the number of people who prefer chocolate. Then once we know the total number for each flavor, we just find the difference, and that gives the answer. So that is one approach. Okay, so let's use that approach. Now we know that 360 degrees goes with 1,800 people. So first of all, let's calculate the number of people who prefer vanilla. You can calculate that using the vanilla angle. Vanilla angle is 189. So 189 divided by 360 times 1,800 people. 189 on 360 times 1800. So this is 945 people. Next, let's also calculate the number of people who prefer chocolate flavor. We can also calculate that using the chocolate angle. Now the angle for chocolate is 91. So 91 on 360 times 1,800 people. That is 455. 455. So it is clear that the number of people who prefer vanilla flavor is more than the number of people who prefer chocolate. But we want the exact number, so we can just find the difference. 945 minus 455. 490. 490 people. So we select A. Now, another approach that we can use is also using the angular difference. So what is the angular measure of vanilla? So vanilla, we have 189 degrees. And then the angle for chocolate is 91 degrees. So let's find the difference. 189 minus 91. So in terms of angular difference, we have 98 degrees. So now let's use 98 degrees to calculate the number of people. That should be the answer. So we know that to calculate the number of people, that corresponds to 98 degrees. That would be 98 degrees divided by 360 times 1,800. So 98 on 360 times 1,800. We still get 490 people. So that is also another approach that we can use. 45. A pyramid has a rectangular base of length 6.5 centimeters and width 4.2 centimeters. So this is a rectangular pyramid. So this is the base. So the base we have 6.5 centimeters by 4.2 centimeters. Now we are looking for the volume, but remember the perpendicular height is 12 centimeters. So what is the formula for calculating the volume of a pyramid? So the volume of a pyramid is given as 1/3 of the base area. So the base here is in the shape of a rectangle. So the area of a rectangle is length times the width. So the base area times the perpendicular height. The perpendicular height was given as 12 centimeters. So straight away we can calculate the volume. So 1/3 is the same as 1/3 times 6.5 times 4.2 times 12. So 6.5 times 4.2 times 12. So we have the volume of this pyramid as 109.20 centimeters cube. So the answer is C. So 46. There is a question under similar shapes. So even before we start solving this particular question, let's do a quick revision on similar shapes. What are similar shapes? So let's say we have these two diagrams. So I'm naming this as shape A. We also have a second shape. I'm naming this shape as B. Now, what can we tell about these two shapes? One, we could see that the shapes are the same. So we have same shape. But what happens to the size? The sizes are different. So we have different sizes. Anytime we are faced with this kind of shapes, then the conclusion is that these two shapes are similar. These are similar shapes. So basically, when you talk about similar shapes, there are shapes that are the same but have different size. So since they have different size, then it follows that one is an enlargement of the other. So it is clear that when we enlarge shape A, we get shape B. So what causes this enlargement? What causes this enlargement is the scale factor. It is a scale factor that causes the enlargement. So now let's say we have these dimensions for these shapes. Now shape A, the base length here measures 3 centimeters. Let's say the base measures 3 centimeters. And for shape B, the base measures 6 centimeters. And then for the height here, let's say the height here is 2 centimeters. And we have here as y. Can we solve for y? Yes, we should be able to solve for y. We can only solve for y using the idea of scale factor. Now with the scale factor is just telling us how much bigger one shape is than the other. So since shape B is bigger than shape A, we want to find out how many times shape B is bigger than shape A. So we can do this in two ways. We know the base length here, we know the base length here. So the base length 6 centimeters divided by the base of the smaller one 3 centimeters should give us the scale factor. And indeed, when we simplify this, we end up getting 2, meaning that shape B is twice as bigger than shape A. So if the base length is giving us the scale factor, then it also follows that the height here should also give us the scale factor. So as we did the bigger one first, so the height of the bigger shape, that is shape B, is y, and the height of shape A is 2. Because they are similar, their scale factors must be the same. Okay, so we can cancel out this, and then let's solve for y. So we can cross multiply. So 6 by 2, that is 12, and then 3 by y, we have 3y. Because we are looking for y, we can divide each side by 3. 3 will cancel out, we have 4 is equal to 1, meaning that y measures 4 centimeters. And indeed, it is true, because shape B is twice as bigger than shape A. See that we are getting here the height here as 4, because 2 times 2 is 4, and then 3 times 2 is 6. So that is the genesis of similar shapes. Now back to our main question. Now in the diagram, we have two different triangles. Now the first triangle given is triangle OMN. Triangle OMN. So that is a smaller triangle. Smaller triangle is triangle OMN. This one. This smaller triangle. Then we also have a second triangle. Second triangle is given as triangle OPQ. So where is triangle OPQ? The bigger one. Triangle OPQ. The bigger triangle. Now, what is the relationship between these two triangles? They are similar. So once they are similar, it means that one is an enlargement of the other. So it is clear that the smaller triangle, triangle OMN, was enlarged to get triangle OPQ. Or in other words, the bigger triangle is an enlargement of the smaller triangle. So with this, we are to find MQ. We are to find MQ, this particular length. We are looking for this length, MQ, this length. That is what we are looking for. So we can solve this using the idea of scale factor. So now let's look at the height of the two triangles. So the bigger one first. So the bigger one, the height here measures 8 centimeters. So divided by the height of the smaller triangle, 6 centimeters. So this is the scale factor. This is the scale factor. Now we also want to create another scale factor, but this time we want to use this height. That is the slanted length. Yes, you can also use the slanted length to calculate for the scale factor. And use this to calculate for the scale factor. So now the bigger one, we are told that the slant length of the bigger triangle is 10 centimeters. So 10 centimeters divided by the slight length of the smaller triangle. So the slight length of the smaller triangle will be line MO. Line MO. So line MO. This ratio should also give us the scale factor, so we can equate the two as we did in the introductory part. We can use the vertical height to calculate for the scale factor. Then we can also use any other side to calculate for the scale factor. So the first one, we use the height of the bigger triangle divided by the height of the smaller triangle. This should give us the scale factor. We can also use the slant length. So again, the slant length of the bigger triangle is 10 centimeters, and the slant length of the smaller triangle is line MO. So that should also give us a scale factor. So they are equal. Now let's solve for line MO. You can do this by cross multiplying. So 8 by MO, that is 8 MO. And then 6 by 10, that is 60. So we have 8 MO on 60. We are looking for the length of line MO. So we divide each side by 8. So the length of line MO, 60 divided by 8, 7.5. 7.5. So the length of line MO measures 7.5 centimeters. But what are we looking for? We are looking for the length of line MQ. And line MQ is part of line QO. I don't know whether you can see. Yes. Okay. So we have calculated line MO. For line MO, we had 7.5 centimeters. But then we are looking for MQ. But knowing that the full length here is 10 centimeters. So to calculate for line MQ, just have to find the difference. So that is 10 centimeters minus 7.5 centimeters. And this gives us 2.5 centimeters. So that is for question 46. So 47, the inverse of the sum of negative 3 and twice a certain number is 1 on 5. Find the number. First of all, you can say that let the number be n. So the inverse of the sum of minus 3 and twice the number. Let's focus on this side. The sum of minus 3 and twice a certain number. Okay. So twice the number will be 2n. Twice means times 2. Then the sum of minus 3 and twice the number. Sum means addition. Sum means addition. So we are adding minus 3 to twice the number. So 2n plus minus 3. So this is simplified as 2n minus 3. So the sum of minus 3 and twice the number. We are done with this particular expression. Now the question was the inverse of sum of minus 3 and twice the number. So we need to find the inverse of this particular expression. So what is the meaning of inverse?
Now, if I ask you to find the inverse of 3 on 4, what do? You just find the reciprocal. You're going to turn the numbers upside down. So the inverse of 3 on 4 will be 4 on 3. What is the inverse of 6? So we know that 6 is the same as 6 on 1. So the inverse of 6 is 1 on 6. Okay, so we want the inverse of this particular expression. So 2n minus 3. The whole of this is on 1. So the inverse will be 1 on 2n minus 3. We are almost done. So the inverse of the sum of minus 3 and twice certain number is, so the inverse of this particular expression is 1 on 5. So now you can solve for n. So let's cross multiply. So 2n minus 1 times 1. This gives us the same 2n minus 3. And then 1 times 5, that is 5. So 2n minus 3. Sorry, let's group like this. Let's do it straight away. So 2n is equal to 5 plus 3. 2n is equal to 8. We divide each side by 2. Divide this side by 2. So n is 4. The number is 4. 48. A man cycles a distance of 3 kilometers. So this is distance at v kilometers per hour. So this is speed. And then walks a distance of a kilometers. Another distance at v minus 7 kilometers per hour. So this is speed. We have to find the total number of hours. Total number of hours. We are looking at time he spent traveling. So there's a question under speed, distance, and time relationship. So basically, how does these three variables relate? Or how does these three quantities relate? So we know that basically speed is given by the formula distance divided by time. Since we are looking for the total time, let's make time the subject. So to make time the subject, we can cross multiply. So we have speed times time, and then 1 times distance, that is distance. We want to make time the subject, so we divide each side by speed, each side by speed. So the speed will cancel out, leaving time as distance on speed. So this is the formula that you will need for this particular calculation. Time is given as distance on speed. So in this journey, the man basically did two things. He cycled for some period of time and then walks for some period of time. So first of all, let's calculate the time he spent cycling. Time he spent cycling. So time he spent cycling will be the distance he traveled cycling, which was given as 3a, divided by the speed he used during cycling, which is v. Next, let's calculate the time he used walking, time he spent walking throughout the journey. So that will be the walking distance given as a,
divided by the walking speed, giving us 4 minus 7 uh, kilometers per hour. So with this, can we calculate its total number of hours or total time? So its total time will be time he spent cycling, 3a on V, plus time he spent walking, a on V minus 7. So we select option B. 49. A straight line with the equation 3y plus bx minus x is equal to 0 passes through the point 3, 4. We have to find the value of b. Now, because the line passes through these points, then it means that the point is located on the line. Because the point is located on the line, the point must satisfy the equation. So this is our x coordinates. This is our y coordinates. We are going to substitute these points into the equation on the line. So this is the equation of the line. 3y plus bx minus 6 equals 0. Now we have y as 4, x as 3, minus 6 equals 0. 3, 4 is 12. 3 times b, 3b minus 6 is equal to 0. So we have 3b, 12 minus 6, that is 6. So 3b is equal to minus 6. We divide each side by 3. So we have b as minus 2. The answer is C. 50. A function is defined by g of x. So g of x maps to 2x minus 1 all of 3x minus 2. For what value of x is g of x undefined? So let's get this concept using numbers, like real numbers. So anytime you have a number divided by 0, let's see the result. You can do this on the calculator. So the result is undefined. Undefined here means it does not exist, meaning that for any fraction, so you know that a fraction is written in the form numerator on denominator. For any common fraction, the denominator can never be equal to 0. Anytime the denominator of a common fraction is equal to 0, it makes the whole of the fraction undefined. That is the basic thing that you should know. So for this particular function to be undefined, the denominator must be equal to 0. The denominator must be equal to 0. This is the numerator, and this is the denominator. So anytime the denominator is equal to 0, then the whole of the function becomes undefined. So let's set the denominator to 0 and solve for x. So we have 3x is equal to positive 2. We divide each side by 3. So we have x as 2 on 3. So anytime we place 2 on 3 at the denominator of this function, the whole of this function becomes undefined. So we select option B. 51. A school has a total population of 1,800 students. So that is the total number of students. Now, out of this number, 4 out of 9 are in SHS 1. So let's calculate the number of students in SHS 1. So 4 out of 9 of the total population. So we have 800 students in SHS 1. Now again, 13 out of 36 are in SHS 2. So let's calculate the number of students who are in SHS 2. So 13 out of 36 times 1,800. 650 students. And we are told that the rest are in SHS 3. So we have to calculate the number of students in SHS 3. So we have a total of 1,800. Out of this number, 800 students are in SHS 1, 650 students are in SHS 2. So we want the number of students in SHS 3. So let's simplify. 1,800 minus 800 minus 650. So we have 350 students in SHS 3. The answer is D. 52. Which of the following expressions has the smallest value when A is 5 and B is minus 3? We can only answer this question by evaluating each of the options. Now the first one, A, we have half, A is 5, B is minus 3. So minus of minus 3, that is plus 3. B is minus 3. We also have minus, so minus of minus 3, that is plus 3. So we have half multiplied by 8, and half of 8 is 4. So that is for option A. Now option B, we have AB. So AB means we have to multiply A and B. A is 5, B is minus 3. So this is minus 15 for B. Now C, we have B squared. So that is minus 3 all squared, which is simplified as 9. So that is C. And then finally D, we have B minus 4A. B is minus 3 minus 4, A is 5. So minus 3 minus 20. This gives us minus 23. So now let's compare. We are looking for the smallest value. Smallest value. So this is a positive number. So we are not selecting a positive number. Negative numbers are the least. And for negative numbers, the larger the negative number, the smaller it is in value. So minus 23 is smaller than minus 15. So it is this particular expression, B minus 4A, that gives the least or the smallest value. The table below shows scores of BS5 students in an English test. So from the table, you see that students who had 40 to 49, we have five of such students. 50 to 59, 8 students. 60 to 69, 12 students. 17 to 79, 10 students. And then those who scored 80 to 89, we have 5 students. Now our goal here is to find the relative frequency of students who scored 50 to 59. So the emphasis should be on this. Now, what do you mean by cumulative frequency? So with cumulative frequency, we want to compare the scores of students who have 50 to 59 to the scores of the entire students. That is, we want to find out how well students who had a score of 50 to 59 performed in relation to the total number of students in the class. So the first thing that we need is the total number of students who took the test. The total students who took the test, we have 5 plus 8 plus 12 plus 10 plus 5. And this gives us a total of 40 students. Now the relative frequency of students who scored 50 to 59. So 50 to 59, we have 8 students. As you said, we want to compare their performance to the entire student population. So we have a total of 40 students. So the relative frequency is 8 out of 40. But looking at the alternatives, the relative frequency was given in terms of percentage. So we need to multiply the relative frequency by 100. And this gives us 20%. So we go for B. 50 for two machines, A and B, beep every 15 minutes and 18 minutes respectively. If they beep together at 8 o'clock p.m., at what time will they beep together again? So let's see the sequence of occurrence of the two machines. For machine A, this is the sequence of occurrence for every 15 minutes. So 15, 30, 45, then 60, 75. The next 15 minutes will be 90, and then 105 in that order. So these are in minutes. Now let's also look at that of machine B, also in minutes. So for machine B, it gives every 18 minutes interval. So 18 minutes, then the next one will be 36 minutes, then we have 54 minutes, 72 minutes, 90 minutes, 108 minutes in that order. So is there any common time in A and B? Yes. So here we have 90, here we have 90. So it means that after 90 minutes time, these two machines will beep together again, 90 minutes. But initially they beeped at exactly 8 o'clock a.m. So they will beep together again, that is 90 minutes after 8 o'clock a.m. And then 90 minutes is also the same as 1 hour 30 minutes. So 8 o'clock plus 1 hour 30 minutes. So that would be 9:30 a.m. So that is C. So all that we did was find the LCM, the least common multiple of 15 and 18. And that will give you 90. So we converted the 90 minutes to hours and minutes. That gave us 1 hour 30 minutes. And then we added 1 hour 30 minutes to 8 o'clock again. And we had our answer as 9:30 a.m. 55. From the top of a lighthouse, which measures 100 meters high, The angles of depression of two fishing vessels are observed at 48 degrees and 36 degrees. The foot of the lighthouse and the sea are on the same horizontal. So this is the horizontal. This is our lighthouse. So the lighthouse will meet the horizontal at 90 degrees. Now the height of the lighthouse measures 100 meters. Now from the top of the lighthouse, so this will be the top of the lighthouse. This is the foot of the lighthouse. We want to observe the angle of depression of two fishing vessels. So we are locating the vessels here. So let's say this is the first vessel, vessel 1, and this is the second vessel, vessel 2. How do we measure the angle of depression from the top of the lighthouse? So for angle of depression, it is the angle below the horizontal line of sight. So the angle below the horizontal line of sight. So vessel and another vessel. So 48 degrees and 36 degrees. Where do we place 36 degrees? So we place 36 degrees so because that is the smallest angle. So this angle measures 36 degrees. And the bigger one from the horizontal line of sight to this line that measures 48 degrees. Now, if the two vessels are on the same side of the lighthouse, so they are on the same side of the lighthouse, so we place them on the right hand side of the lighthouse, then we have to find correctly the nearest whole number, the distance between the two vessels. So we are looking at the distance between the two. I'm representing the distance between the two vessels as x, and then the distance from the foot to the first vessel as y. So we are looking for the value of x. So now we have a right angle triangle. So I want us to use the idea of angle properties of parallel lines, that is alternating angles. So let's see whether we can identify alternating angles in this diagram. So yes, where we have 36 degrees, that angle is alternating with this angle. So here measures 36 degrees. Now the next one is the 48 degrees, the bigger one. So from the horizontal line of sight to the 48 degrees. So here will be 48 degrees. They are alternating. Why are they alternating? They are formed from the alphabet Z. So anytime you have an alphabet Z, the angles within this alphabet are alternating, and alternating angles are equal. So now all is set. So let's begin with the calculation. Let's identify the size of the right angle triangle. We have a right angle triangle. So starting with the right angle triangle in relation to the 48 degrees. The side facing the 48 degrees is the opposite. And then the side facing the 90 degrees is the hypotenuse. Then the other side is the adjacent. So this side here is the adjacent. Now from SOHCAHTOA, We know our opposite, and then we are looking for the adjacent, the value of y. So from SOHCAHTOA, which of them has opposite adjacent? So that is 2. And 2 says that the tan of the acute angle in the triangle is 48. Is equal to the length of the opposite. So the opposite measures 100 meters divided by the adjacent. The adjacent is y. So let's make y the subject. So this is on 1. We cross multiply. So we have 1 times 48 being equal to 1 by 100. That is 100. Because we are looking for y, we divide each side by times 48 times 48. Times 48 will cancel out. We have y as 100 on times 48. So that is the value of y. So this is our first equation. Now also from the right angle triangle, this time we are looking at in relation to angle 36 degrees. Yes, this side is our opposite, and the whole of this length becomes our adjacent. So opposite and adjacent will still go for the tan. So the tan of the acute angle, which is 36, will be equal to the length of the opposite. The length of the opposite is 400 divided by the length of the adjacent. Now, what is the length of the adjacent? From the foot to the second vessel. So that will be y plus x, which is also the same as x plus y. That is the length of the adjacent. So for now, let's make x plus y the subject. So this is on 1. We can cross multiply. So we have x plus y tan 36. And this must be equal to 100. Because we are looking for x plus y, what do? We need to divide each side by tan 36. So here by tan 36, here by tan 36. So tan 36 will cancel out, leaving x plus y as 100 on tan 36. Now let's make x the subject because our goal is to find the distance between the two vessels. So let's make x the subject. Once we make x the subject, we have 100 on tan 36 minus y minus y. Okay, so let's see. The final step. So we've now gotten x as 100 on tan 36 minus y. So x will be 100 on tan 36 minus. Now, what did we get for y? So y is given as 100 on tan 48. We have already calculated for that. Okay, so we just replace that with 100 on tan 48. The rest is calculator work. Let's simplify and see. On the calculator, 100 on tan 36 minus 100 on tan 48. So to 4 decimal places, we have x as 47.5 979. But looking at the alternatives, it was corrected to the nearest whole number. So to the nearest whole number, x will be 48 meters. So that is the distance between the two vessels. 56. During a geometry lesson, a learner described a shape as having 6 faces, 8 vertices, and 12 edges. What shape is the learner describing? So let's see the shape of a cube. So for the number of faces, we have the top face and the bottom face, making two. This side and then this side, the front and the back. So a cube has 6 faces. Now for the vertices, let's see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then 8. So 8 vertices, and then the edges. The edges are the lines. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, then 5, 6, 7, then 8, 9, 10, 11, and then 12. So we have 12 um, edges. So straight away, it is a cube. It is a cube. The cube fits this description. So we select A. 57. A man bought 100 oranges at a rate of Y oranges for $4. 100 oranges, that is, every Y oranges comes at a cost of $4. He later sold the oranges at a rate of 4 oranges for Y dollars. So in selling, he grouped them into 4. So for every 4 oranges, you have to pay Y dollars. At the end of the day, he made a profit of $45. So we have to find the value of Y. So this question involves the application of algebra and profits. Now we know that profit is given by the formula selling price minus cost price. So to solve this particular question, we need the expression for selling price as well as the expression for cost price. Then we just substitute into the profit formula. Now the first part of the question, a man bought 100 oranges at a rate of Y oranges for $4. What is the meaning? So let's say you went to the market and then you bought 20 oranges. Now this is the cost price of the oranges. How much you paid for the 20 oranges. Now the cost price was that for every 4 oranges, you have to pay, let's say, $5. Every 4 oranges, you have to pay $5. So can we calculate how much you paid for the 20 oranges? So first of all, we need to calculate how many groups of 4 are there in 20 oranges. So to calculate that, we just divide the total number of oranges by 4. So this will give us the number of 4 groups in the 20 oranges. Then we multiply this by the cost of each group. That is $5. So this particular expression here will give us the cost price. So with this same idea, we can calculate for the cost price of the 100 oranges. So for the 100 oranges, every Y groups of oranges, you have to pay $4. So how many groups of Y oranges are there in 100 oranges? So that is 100 divided by Y. So because we are looking for the cost price, we need to multiply by the cost of each group, which is $4. So this is the expression for the cost price. So we can simplify. We can simplify as 400 on y. This is the expression for the cost price. Now, how much was it sold? Now, in the selling price, let's see the selling price. It was also sold at a rate of every 4 oranges. So the selling price, every 4 oranges, you have to pay $y. So how many groups of 4 oranges are there in 100 oranges? So we have to divide the total number of oranges by 4 and then multiply by the cost of each 4 groups of oranges, giving us $y. So we can also simplify the expression for selling price. So this is simplified as 100y on 4. So that is the expression for the selling price. So we can just plug in the expressions into the profit formula. Now we know that anytime you want to calculate profits, it is the selling price minus the cost price that gives us the profits. So what is the expression for selling price? The expression for selling price is 100y on 4. Expression for cost price 400 on y. At the end of the day, a profit of $45 was made. So let's solve for y. To solve for y, we need to multiply each term by the LCM. The LCM is 4y. So here by 4y, 4y, and this by 4y. What happens? 4 will cancel out, leaving y by 100y. 100y by y, that is 100y squared. Now y will cancel out, 4 by 400, that is 1600. Then 45 by 4y. 45 by 4 is 180, so this is 180y. So we are getting a quadratic equation. So we have to rearrange them. So that a quadratic equation is in the form ax squared plus bx plus c is equal to 0. So we need to arrange it in this form. So 100y squared minus 180y minus 1600 is equal to 0. So you can solve this equation using the calculator. Just solve with the help of the calculator. So we have two values of y. So the first one, y1, we have 5, and then y2, we have minus 16 on 5. Now because at a point y represented money, so here y represents money, here y represents quantity of oranges. Money and quantity of oranges can never be negative, so we are going to disregard this answer. So we select the positive side. So the value of y is 5. 58. 3 blue balls. So number of blue balls. 3. 5 green balls. Number of green balls. 5. And a number of red balls. So number of red balls, we don't know. So let's represent the number of red balls as X are put together in a sack. Now, one ball is picked at random from the sack. If the probability of picking a blue ball is 1 on 6, find the number of red balls. So first of all, to calculate the probability, we need our sample space. So sample space. Sample space also refers to the total number of balls in the sack. So blue balls we have 3, green we have 5, number of red we have x. So this is simplified as 8 plus x. Now what is the probability of selecting a blue ball? Calculate the probability of selecting a blue ball. That is number of blue balls 3 divided by the sample space. And the sample space here is 8 plus x. So we can set up our equation. That is the probability of selecting a blue ball, which is 3 on 8 plus x, should be equal to 1 on 6, because the probability of selecting a blue ball was given as 1 on 6. So let's solve for this. We can cross multiply. So 8 plus x multiplied by 1, we have 8 plus x. And this must be equal to 3 by 6, that is 18. So x is 18 minus 8, so x is 10. So the number of red balls in the sack is 10. 59. Which of the following statistical tools is a measure of central tendency? So measure of central tendency, we have 3 of them. We have the mean, mode, and median. So we normally call them the 3 M's, mean, mode, and median. So which of them is a measure of central tendency? So with the given options, it is only R, that is the mean. So the answer is G. Last question. That to find the rule for the mapping of y on x. So first of all, we need to identify the type of mapping. So the difference in x values is 1. It is a constant. Now what is the difference in the y values? See that the numbers here are increasing. Yes, they are increasing because from minus 25 to minus 21. Minus 21 is greater than minus 25. So let's see what is really causing the increase. So from minus 25 to minus 21. How do we calculate the difference? So we can select minus 21 minus minus 25. So that is minus 21 plus 25. And that is positive 4. And indeed, when we add positive 4 to negative 25, that gives us minus 21. Again, when we add positive 4 to minus 21, we have minus 17. So for the pattern, they added positive 4. So the difference in the y values is also a constant, positive 4. So once this is a linear mapping, we go by the equation of a straight line which is linear, giving us y is equal to mx plus c. So how do we calculate m? So m is the gradient of the line. M is just telling us the difference in y divided by the difference in x. So what is the difference in y? The difference in y is 4. And then the difference in the x values, the intervals of 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. So m is giving us 4. What is left is the constant c. How do we get the constant c? So we can select any pair of mapping. whether the first one, second one, third one, fourth, or fifth. And then we just plug in the values of x and values of y into the equation and solve for c. So I'm going for the fifth one. So with this, the value of x is 5, the value of y is -9. So let's get this done. So we now have y is equal to 4x plus c. We are looking for c. So when x is 5, y is -9. So -9 is equal to 4 multiplying 5 plus c. -9 is equal to 4, 5 is 20 plus c. -9 minus 20 is equal to c. So we have -29 is equal to c. Therefore, c is -29. So now we know the value of m, we know the value of c. Let's finalize everything. So y is equal to 4x minus 29. Y is equal to 4x minus 29. So we go for B. Thank you. Are you a fresh candidate or a reciter? Are you preparing to write the Ghana Teacher Licensure exams? Then you are at the right page. To join our discussion platform, WhatsApp say icon on the following given numbers. Now the first one, 059 381 7141. The second number, 055 602 9979. Thank you.